should get you up online. Why can't we see you? UVC mode is on. Where are you? This is annoying. Come on, camera. Device is occupied, so it sees that you're connected. But you're not showing me anything. Activate filters. There's no filters. But the device is occupied. Okay, now you should no longer be occupied. Now you're blank. Why are you blank? This is saying a lot of things, but it's not telling me anything I can... All right, let's go to device management. Yeah, it's in UVC mode. Okay. So we go to display capture. Is that the same camera? OBSBOT Tele2. I'm going to change you to virtual camera. Okay, go to game capture. Yeah, it's the same one, so it's not something else sharing. Why didn't you do all this when I was making the video, making the review? Maybe you shouldn't buy the OBSBOT Tele2. It only seems to work for about a week and then it dies. Do you not like the front USB port? I know you don't. You don't like very many USB ports at all, from what we've seen. Don't know what that does. All right, back to UVC mode. Now you're not showing up at all. You're a different OBS Tele2 camera. And I don't see you on the screen. Well, this is frustrating as hell. I mean, now we have a picture. At least the preview sees it. I don't know what to do. This is not how I planned on starting today. I don't actually believe OBSBOT scanned me. I don't want to believe that. All I'm saying is they made a compelling argument for me to agree to keep this thing and continue using it after finishing the review. I don't think they would have intended for this to happen. But the fact that everything is broken now, after I finish the video review, but I haven't posted it, I can still go back and unbake it and add some pieces in, add some new knowledge. I'm not happy. Alright, I guess we're just going to go without the enable the virtual camera. No, it still doesn't see it. So we're not getting anything from this camera anymore. And it did take a really long time for it to charge again yesterday. Oh, that's the OBS virtual camera. Hold on. All right, we actually do have a picture in UVC mode. Just not the one we want. How does the stream look? Okay, so if we switch this now to that Tel2 camera, nope. We'll turn you off. The whole point of it in UVC mode, the point of using it in UVC mode is so we can use the camera without having to run this OBS software. This OBS software is awful, especially for streaming. If you're just doing the camera, if you're just doing like a talking head type of video, a vlog type video, then it's fine. because it's just you and the camera and the software. But if you're trying to do something with anything else running, so any type of gameplay or any type of video conferencing or sharing and anything, that sort of thing, then you start to run into resource issues because this thing takes up some of your CPU cycles, which, if you're doing something like gaming, will become noticeable in your gameplay. All right, we're gonna play like this. And now I have to redo the filters. Damn it. It should be centered, so... I think that should be fine. What is that? Oh, that's the full screen. You guys don't need to see that. I think that's broken. Yeah, that looks broken. Okay. One last thing. See if that works. All right, so when we left off yesterday, welcome back everybody. Sorry for the 21-minute delay there, getting this all set up. An error occurred, try again. So are we working? Are we live on Twitch? We might just start this whole thing over again. You know what? Let's do that, because this whole thing is scuffed. All right, hold on one second. We're going to restart the stream, because it doesn't look like Twitch is working either. we're looking now. Things are connecting. Things are live. Okay. All right. So as you can see, we have finished the initial phase of our greenhouse. We've got we just planted potatoes because I was kind of in a rush and I wasn't really thinking about things. I should have done some potatoes and some soybean. But this is where we're at. We're already to the seeding portion. I guess we can go ahead and collect some of these seeds. No, I'm not really hurting for seeds. It looks like that's the only one anyway. But everything's growing, oh, well, not this one's growing poorly. Everything else is moderately well. No, poorly. Poorly. And this is showing us in darkness, I guess because the sun's over there now. But I'm hoping that this space, with the amount of open air that it has, should give all of these plants enough sunlight or light to sorry, I got distracted by the stream. It's a little bit behind me and it looks like I'm doing something else. Yeah, all right. So there should be enough light coming here during the day that these plants all have at least their light requirements. CO2 should also be well provided. It should be no problem keeping these things properly gassed, I should say. Maybe I shouldn't. We're producing oxygen as we expand this and fill this out. Oxygen will become more and more prevalent in here, but that's what the back pressure regulator will be accounting for once we hit that 53 kPa sweet spot. And yeah, aside from that, we're ready to begin the next part of this, which is the automation, which involves Harvie. So I've never used Harvies before. So first, let's see. Are we able to? Oh, okay. So we are able to run them. So the input is this way. Well, what's the input? So it looks like these are designed to be serialized. But I'm thinking no, maybe we want to run them in serial. So maybe we would run it like this. Is that the right way? There's two versions of it. I'm not sure which one is the proper. No, the electronics is on this side. Or on this side. I want the electronics on this side. So let's figure out how to do that. Also, so in our last video, we were setting up power stock for this, and a battery set for this part of the installation. So these two batteries contain the backup power for the APC for the greenhouse, which is there, and the APC for the greenhouse airlock, which is right here on the other side of this wall. So you see this power running out of the front of these batteries is running over this way. It's coming down and into this APC, and it's going down into that APC. It's a dedicated trunk for just these two, and as long as those two batteries remain healthy, the greenhouse will remain healthy. We now have dedicated power for the atmospherics that you see over there in the distance, and dedicated power for the hab and its power airlock, basically placed on top similarly to this one. And yeah, we've added another battery to the workshop stacks. That's the one that has the most power consumption going most of the time. So we should be good on power for a while, especially since we just had another storm last night, and that helped top off everything. But yeah. Hey, Roflick TV, welcome to the stream. Where is Vulcan? I haven't been on Vulcan. I haven't actually played on Vulcan yet. This is Mars. By the way, how does the stream look on your side? Because Twitch doesn't look so great on my side for some reason. Let's see. And Bayalin, evening. I was hoping to find a live. I really want to see how you write MPS code. I don't know if you know this. If power and turn in a portable light, place it in your suit or jetpack, you get 360 light. If power and turn on a portable light, you get 360 light. I'll try that. So you can power on a portable light and carry it in your backpack and get full light that way. That's interesting. I've gotten used to the spotlight effect. I used to have a mod that turned the helmet light into a full surround light, but it doesn't work anymore. I've actually got it installed. It's actually on this playthrough, but as you can see, it doesn't work. But I can try that with the portable light. I want to try setting up these Harvies first, though. Let's try this again. So we tried 2 different arrays. It looks like the circuitry's on this side. If we change it to this, the circuitry's on this side. So I could run it this way, and I could see the circuitry from this front piece. Yeah. This is going to mess with my brain a bit because this means I'm going counterclockwise. And I'm also Ursius. Ah, thank you for the raid. Welcome to the stream. All right, so I'm going to be running counterclockwise, and I'm hoping, because these are going to be running in a line above these plants with chutes over them, that these aren't going to affect the sunlight that these things receive during the day. But we're figuring that out as we go. All right, so that was 7 Harvies. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We need 11 more Harvies to get this done. And then we're going to need probably about 25 or so chutes. So let's go do that, and then we'll try Balin's tip on portable lights to see if that helps us with visibility. So Ursius, maybe you can help me with something here. So I've set up this three square airlock, but it seems like this console can only see the pressure in these 2 squares. It's completely ignoring this square. And the problem that presents is that when this side of the airlock tries to pressurize through this vent, it's only accounting for the pressure in these 2 squares. It's ignoring this square. So it causes the pressure to jump and fall in such a way that the final pressure, like when it's purging pressure from here, is pulling down to 0, but that 0 immediately goes up to about 3 kPa after this stops. Because it sees 0, it stops with the depressurize, but now there's some extra pressure left in here because the pressure filling in from this square is still normalizing in the airlock. So the volume in general is working correctly, but the console isn't reading it correctly. And so we end up with a little bit of gas mixture from this hab getting bled into the greenhouse every time because the console just can't read that extra space. Is that normal? Is that just like a known thing? Or am I doing something wrong as far as the design of this? Do I need to move this console over to the middle square? Which is what I'm thinking I'm going to try just as an experiment. Let's get some, well, we're fine on drink. Okay, that's not good. What are we hearing? There's a pipe about to blow somewhere. Why is there a pipe about to blow? It sounds like it's over on that side. I didn't put up my fries like I thought I did. Oh yeah, the waste tank didn't empty, did I? I forgot to turn the suit storage on. Was that it? That's good. Oh no. Why is that so high? Logic reader 53 megapascal, state 0. Logic writer 0. Something happened to keep this on. Yes, it's dangerously high, I know. 53.1. So this will slowly bleed out. There's no stress. As long as we stay below 60, we should be okay. But damn. So it looks like we'll be okay, as long as the pressure keeps going down. We'll keep an eye on that. Second for your airlock, set your repressure to 0. Yeah, so I set the repressure when I'm coming out of the airlock into Mars atmosphere. That's set to 0. But going into the hab, it's 75. Going into the greenhouse, that's 50. So I want to keep, well, it's 53 and 76, but I'm trying to keep them relatively normalized so that I have that, that full experience. But yeah, I understand what you mean, efficiency-wise. All right, we need to make some more of these Harvies. So this will produce 3 more. We need more silicon and some more copper to keep going. 400 is too much. Let's put in 100 for now. And 100 more copper. Okay. Some extra silver. Okay, so we've got some more Harvies coming. We need some more chutes. Man, I can hear the pipe from all the way over here. Oh yeah, my waste tank never got emptied. Power. How are we on power? 2 full batteries. I love seeing that. 1 full battery there. And for the hab, that's okay. And it looks like 2 greens for the greenhouse. So hopefully we're getting close to being able to sufficiently supply power, daily power to this base and keep it going indefinitely. All right, these are going to print. These are going to take a while to print. And I can't see how many are in there. Oh, we need to keep the iron going as well. All right. Oh yeah, the extra water bottle. Okay, where's the iron? Are we starting to run out of iron? We got 200 there. Maybe I didn't need to put all of that in there, but whatever. We've got 20 chutes so far. We'll print another stack. Okay, and then I was going to say, while we're waiting for the Harvies, we could start working on the solar tracking, but just let those print for a second. Now, when I played before, you couldn't do something like this. I have an array of solar panels facing this direction, and I have an array of solar panels facing this direction. I've named them according to their array. So these are part of the SPD South. These are all part of SPD East. The sun tends to come up in the east and settle over here in the southwest. I may eventually move this line as well and have an array over here, but I want to see if I can do this. So I have one daylight sensor that's tracking the solar angle. But when I played a couple of years ago, you couldn't do this. You couldn't have two arrays on the same network, on the same data network. So yes, Balin, I do have a solar tracking strip, but it's a couple of years old. So I'm going to have to relearn it. So the way I do that is I use logic chips. I'm going to use the basic stuff first. I'm going to figure out the explicit ways, calculations that are needed to take the solar information from the daylight sensor and then convert that into horizontal and vertical output for the solar panels. Once I have that, yes, I will work on the IC code, but I may have to do that later, and I may have to do that twice, depending on what I find out here. So we're going to do some experimentation in this episode, where we figure out what we can and cannot do. Because 2 years ago, I couldn't do this. I couldn't have all the solar panels together on the same network and then control them independently with two different batch controllers. This is something that I did talk to Tarasque about in the past, but I don't know if he ever got around to working on this or not. So I'm going to separate these two for now. This is what we had to do before. So these remain on their own separate network, and you would pipe into these through a batch writer. The batch writer, the output from the batch writer connects to this, and only the output from the batch writer connects to this. The rest of the logic can exist on the same network as this line and share this daylight sensor. But that's how I had to do it before, when I had two separate arrays. Okay, so he did add batch names. Batch name support, named batch support. So that's what I was hoping for. So that should mean that these could all exist on the same network, and I don't have to worry about placing logic chips all the way over here. Running independent logic chips all the way over to these separate networks to have them controlled separately. That's what I want to prove out here, and then we can look at what the existing scripts are doing and what I need to do to bring them up to speed with these guys. But I need the logic chips first. And I'm actually thinking about moving these guys. I might actually extend this ceiling a little bit in this direction. Since we have the greenhouse all the way over there, we have some extra space here that we can use for this roof area. That will give us a little bit more space to do some of the stuff we're trying to do up here. Okay, let's go check on the Harvie production and see about getting the logic chips we need. All right. We're about to start dipping into our second battery on the atmospheric side. Still running strong on the workshop side. Still groaning. But pressure should be dropping slightly, yeah. So we lost another megapascal. Is the back pressure on in there? Yeah, back pressure's on. So the forward pressure is going to push to get it above 76. The back pressure is going to push to get it below 75. So that should keep a constant flow coming out of there, as constant as we would like, without losing any efficiency. So this should continue to drop. Actually, this will tell us if it's continuing to drop. Oh no, I thought it was, I guess in megapascals it's just to a decimal, but yeah. So at the moment I'm on Mars Brutal with solars 1 and 2 solars 1 and 2 facing, or solars half facing east, half west, but you must use IC code, not logic chips. Okay, that's what I was, that's, okay, I see. Just because I am OCD, I am still going to do the logic chips first, just so I can know the explicit values I'm going to be using for both arrays. But yes, I will work on a single IC chip to control both, using named batches. That being said, you look like you stopped printing. Oh, we're out of solder. I don't think I have any backup solder. What is that? I have lead. Do I have iron? I do have some iron. Okay. Put you in there. Okay, get out the lead. What are you at now? 8.25 at 500. Solder doesn't need that much pressure, does it? It's very soft and very cool, from what I remember. Oh hell, we could do it now, right? Wow, that is surprisingly efficient. Yeah, like I said, I'm going to do the logic tips first just to get the explicit value. So I'm going to do, like I said, where I have one batch writer going out to the one array, and that's it. It's not that array. It's not going to exist on the rest of the network otherwise. And then the other logic chips are going to share the same data array for the other values. Once I know what those values are, then I can start working on my IC calculations. All right, so this will get us another 9. No, this will get us another 4. We're going to run out of copper again. I don't think I have any more. Actually, I might have more. But we've got 5 here. We need 11 total, I think. So that'll get us to 9. So we don't need that much more copper. Yeah. Oops. Just letting it get sucked in. All right. Okay. Man, I wanted to print the logic chips before I set this off again. Deep drills. Deep drills. Ursia, sorry, I didn't see your chat until now. Wonder if moving the gas sensor over would compensate. The gas sensor? Oh, I didn't think about that. I was thinking strictly the console. But you're right. Now, let's see. Not sure how the aerodynamics are. Those two cubes might be evacuating the last time being far away. Yeah, that's what I was saying, is that it's only reading the pressure inside at 2 cube radius. And I thought it was basically 1 cube radius of the console. I wasn't thinking about the gas sensor, but the gas sensor is in the same square as the console. And when I was thinking about moving the console over to the center square, I was also going to move the gas sensor over, because right now you have that window in the center square, and then you have the paneled walls on either side. I was going to change that so that the windows were on the ends and that there was a paneled wall on the center. And so all the electronics were going to have to change to that center square. And then I was just going to run the vents, I think, in the ground, in the floor. So that might, as a byproduct, still solve the problem without revealing to me the actual solution. Because I think you're right. I think it's more important where the gas sensor is and not so much where the console is. And if that's the case, I should just drop the gas sensor in the middle of the airlock in the floor. And that should solve, well, that should improve the problem. I don't know. I'm still not convinced that a 3 square airlock is efficient. At least in the game design. That's what I'm trying to determine. Okay. Cat on my footrest is scratching my leg for some reason. What is going on? Why? Why? Ow! Since when did you get so feisty? Am I bothering you? Can you see her? No, you can't see her. All right, you bother me, I bother you. That wasn't nice. That actually hurt. You better go sleep on Mama's desk. Yeah, go sleep on Mama's desk. Go on. Sorry about that. That was not comfortable. Okay, waiting for the copper. I always change my batteries when I had to change my waste tank. So we can release those. That puts us at 9. Oh. I was off. I guess I was off. 45, 60, 75. Oh, I was off, yeah. We have some copper in there, right? All right. Do we want to try it without the logic chips? Do I just go straight for the IC? Now, super easy with the IC10, using SPN to set batch by name hash. Not sure about logic chips. Sounds interesting. Well, the logic chips, the way my brain works, it's easier for me to work with logic chips first, because it's real easy for me to get lost. So for those of you that haven't been watching since the beginning, I am autistic. I've never been diagnosed on the spectrum. I've just been diagnosed as showing autistic tendencies. I am super vigilant, super focused, but I get easily locked in on small details. And I tend to talk a lot. So yeah, that's why I use the logic chips. No, don't turn off. Don't, come on, there you go. You have to be careful what gestures you show for this camera, or else it starts doing its own AI stuff. So I use the logic chips. I should probably pause real quick. I use the logic chips because you can only do so much. I think the most I can get in trouble with is when I start using select units and compare units and those sort of things. But otherwise, you're already on a rail between point A and point B with those logic chips. And so I use the logic chips to determine what code I need to focus on in the IC. Otherwise, if I start working in the IC first and I don't have that path laid out before me, it's real easy for me to like spend hours working on IC code that won't do what I set out to do. It'll do a bunch of other things that will make my code future-proof. And this is, by the way, what made me so much money in my career up until I retired a couple of years ago, is because I was so diligent. I was so aware, of what, this project is meant to deliver this return with this much effort. But with my mind, I could come up with these additional plans with this much additional effort. We can guarantee that this project will continue through the next, 8 years of generational cycles of product. Those sort of things. I could play devil's advocate, account for all of the ways that the industry or the market may change. Customer interests may shift. I could account for enough of those variables that I could create these comprehensive, future-proof projects that allowed my company to grow, and they did. They're one of the number one companies in the world in the hardware as a service, support as a service, and in computer sales and technology in general. And I mean, if you know who I am, you know what that company is. It's not hard to figure that out. But I try to be neutral because I no longer work with that company. I work with other companies now, in relations to this channel at least. And I try not to name names too much unless they are actively involved with one of my videos. Like right now, I'm talking to you on the OBSBOT Tel 2. This thing, it just came out a few days ago, but they sent this thing to me about a week ago. And I've been testing it, playing with it, making some videos on it that you can see on my YouTube channel. But I'm not here to promote that product, but I can mention OBSBOT in this game stream just as a byproduct of that. I mean, that being said, if you are interested in tech reviews, you're going to see more and more of those pop up on the YouTube channel over time. And if you want to see more about this camera, you can go there and check it out. But that's all I'll say about that. But yeah, that's how my brain works. That's why I prefer to work with IC chips first, because then it gives me a outline. It gives me a skeletal draft of what the code should look like before I start adding all of my lizard brain stuff into it. If you go electric centrifuge, you'll need 2.2 electric centrifuge per drill. If you go combustion centrifuge, it can handle 3 drills. Combustion centrifuge? You guys are, okay, first let's look at the deep miner you mentioned. So Ursius on Twitch, meet Balin on YouTube. Balin on YouTube, meet Ursius on Twitch. Make sure to check out each other's channels. I don't know if you guys have a lot of content out there. I just want to make sure you are aware I'm talking to 2 different streams at the same time. All right, so the deep miner, I think I've made something like this before. I don't remember it being called a deep miner though. I remember it being called something like small. So I remember, yeah, Auto Miner Small I think is what I made. Oh, I can make this now. I don't need advanced. Yeah, I've made this before in a previous playthrough. So they've had this around for a while. I imagine the deep miner they had around for a while too. I just never got around to making it. Yeah, I don't remember making this. Where's the kit? Where's the kit? Oh, I can make it now. Okay, so you're saying electric centrifuge. So you need, let's say if you had 6 if you had 6 drills, you'd need 12 no, you'd need more than that. So 2.2 centrifuge per drill. Oh, centrifuge per drill, right, okay. So if you had 5 drills, you could operate that with 6. I'm sorry, with 11. You can operate that with 11 centrifuge. I see replace logic chips. Now the deep miner mines ore from the core and makes dirty ore. The dirty ore must be cleaned via centrifuge. I love that. So it doesn't matter if you're placing the miner over actual veins or not, because that's what I remember from the small miner. The small miner, I placed it somewhere. If mined up like 9 stacks of something, and then it just kept digging and digging and never dug anything else up. So it turned out to be more trouble than it was worth in that instance. I knew that there was a way to play it, that you could use it and get a lot of worth out of it. I just wasn't sure if I had all the resources in hand to take advantage of that. Like, I figured I needed to do some pulse scanning first to find out where the veins were, and then do some sort of extrapolation to map out where the miners needed to be placed. And then, of course, since those are going to be, inconveniently far away from the base, I was going to have to figure out how to power them and manage them from a distance so that I could tell when the best time to go and collect those for. So what you're saying is, with a deep miner, you kind of bypass that. You're going into the core, so you should be able to build one anywhere and always produce resources from it. Now, full disclosure, I'm playing on a modded version of the game because I'm streaming, because I'm spending so much time focusing on structural development and progress. I have the game settings set so that every time I mine something, I'm getting 50 grams of it. I'm getting a full stack of it to save time, running out and collecting and gathering. So it sounds like the deep miner with those settings would be a bit OP in this playthrough. I only mentioned that. I'm not saying I'm not going to do it. I'm saying that I may not rely on it as much as other players do in this playthrough, if that proves to be the case, because I don't want... Well, I shouldn't say that. I really enjoy the structural part as well. And if I'm not streaming, I certainly like to play with the normal flow. But I can see the benefits of playing both ways. So I'm not saying that I would limit myself if that proved to be true. I'm not going to say that. But I may not use the deep miner in a typical fashion that you see other players use it. Let me put it that way. But I do want to get into a point where I have ore hoppers that are collecting the ores, that are smelting the ores, and are stocking them until I need them to create alloys or to run to the machines, to the fabricators. So the deep miner won't affect ore plus mods. Does that mean it won't use those settings and it'll produce ore naturally using the game's regular settings? I don't know if we know that. We can find that out together. There are other things. So they've updated the game version since I started this playthrough. So I'm getting a stack of errors, and it's already off my screen. You can't see it now, but I'm getting a stack of errors every time I load into this version of the game. So there may be other behavior that's happening now because of the difference in the version from when I started to the version that's happening now. Especially if they did change world setting parameters, because I'm using a custom world setting XML. So yeah, there may be other things we need to discover with these as we go. But yeah, I'll start working on this once we're past the Harvies and the solar tracking, and maybe we'll use that to jumpstart our ore management system that I want to put in here. But okay, you did mention something else I needed to look up. So I think I remember looking this up once before. So now there is a combustion centrifuge. Gas-powered version of the centrifuge. Gas-powered. If a recycler or unbalanced furnace outputs reagent mixture rather than the desired ingots, a centrifuge allows you to reclaim the raw ore. Okay. If a recycler or furnace, it also refines dirty ore produced from the deep miner. Okay, dirty ore produced from the rocket miner. Combustible fuel mix should be supplied to the gas input. Okay. So this will probably have to go somewhere over here, because that's what we plan to use on these two systems is combustible fuel. All right, so I'm probably going to move these over. We don't need these taking this much space anymore. And use this, well, I don't want to just squeeze it in here. I want to, well, what do we need to make that thing? See, this is what I'm talking about. This is how I get kind of lost in my own brain sometimes. How do you make one? Okay, so it's from the lathe. I've never needed to put Constantan in the lathe before. We're not going to start working on it. We're just going to crank one out and get an idea of its footprint. It looks like it's a two block footprint. Turn that off. There's way too much gold in there. Let's consolidate gold. Consolidate copper. Well, let's take one of these over here, since we already know we need it. And yeah, let's just load the rest up in here. If you're going to keep mining ore, please make this the sensor lenses with the GPR chip. Yeah, I used to play this game differently. I used to learn how to play the game off stream. Do I have any gold in there now? Nope, need some gold in there. You will set aside. You will set aside. I used to learn the game off stream and then come online and then, you know, share what I've learned. But I I don't know. I started playing this impromptu the last time I started playing it, and the game had already changed a lot since the last time I'd played before that. And so I was kind of relearning things, surprisingly relearning things. Like I didn't expect that in that playthrough. I thought I was just going to crank out a few cool designs from some cool design ideas I'd worked on in my previous playthrough, and I couldn't because the game had changed that much since the last time I played. And so people were watching that and enjoying that. And so I started this playthrough completely blind without knowing any of the changes, you know, at least not at a low level. And I just realized this is not where I want it to be. And so, yeah, there's a lot of things in this playthrough that I haven't even discovered yet because I'm just so far behind and all the things that have changed, all the things that are different. How are we on our hot water? We're up to 7%, almost 7% stress. But 8 liters of hot water. It's back up to around 175 degrees. The line is down to 93 degrees though. But is that keeping our water supply cool? Actually, it's not reaching the proper temperature. It should be 16 degrees. Right? 16? 289.15. 20 is 293.15. So yeah, that should be 16 degrees. So it's not able to bring it all the way up to 16 degrees, but it's still keeping it above 0 C. So if this starts to get lower, we'll worry then. But for right now, we're going to say it's okay. All the ice should be melted, right? Yeah, so it's not ice that's causing it to drop. This thing is still growing, and I can still hear it from a distance. We're down to 49 megapascals. All right. I need a drink. Okay. Ooh, still topped off on 2 batteries there. We're still losing more than we're making, but we've got enough reserves, it seems, to hold on for quite a while. All right, so we can make the centrifuge now. No, we need steel. Oh, I put all the steel back. Do we have any extra steel? I think we needed it to start making the Harvies. How much steel is in here? 60 grams. I don't want to take that. There's none in there. Plenty of copper in there for some reason. 36. We're going to need more steel anyway, so... Okay, so you want me to do the GPS glasses thing. Is that a tool or is that an electronic? It looks like it's a tool. We might have to go mining before we can do that. No? What are the GPS glasses? Okay, how about glasses? What did you say? Lenses. Sensor lenses. Well, I need Inconel there, so I need to finish my advanced furnace. So yeah, that's still a ways off. All the advanced alloys are still kind of outside my scope until I'm done with the greenhouse, and I have biomass as a backup fuel source. You have a disc. Yeah, I've never really gotten into the rockets. That's always been like the most I've done is like ore sampling, or separation and automated smelting. What's happening? Oh man. Let's print out another one of those real quick. Essential lenses with the GPR chip. So you would make that GPR. Hold on, I need to stop that. Air tank low. It's been a while since I've seen that message. Wow, air tank's really low. I really need a recycler of some sort. I'm tired of... Yeah, I have no place to put that. All right, let's go reset. Let's go put in some of these Harvies and reset our suit. We're gonna have to eat soon anyway. So GPR is what? Ground pulse radar. This is the only thing that mentions GPR. That's interesting. So they have a GPR, but they don't mention what it actually means. Turn on the light. Reset our... Oh, we don't need to do that. Oh, we can start feeding in the propellant now that we've got that propellant system set up. I've completely forgot about that. Oh. Into the darkness you go. Get something to drink. I forgot. It's on me, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, they're still good. Normally I don't like leftover French fries. Didn't mean to leave you on. All right, let's look at the small greenhouse. Now that we've got the greenhouse up and running, we are going to tear this out. We're just going to wait for this set of plants to fruit and seed, and then we're going to take this out, and we're actually going to take out this whole section, the CO2 bleeding valve here. All this is going to come out. Maybe I should do that now. I can then use those circuits to start building on the solar. Oh no, I still haven't decided if I'm going to try and brute force an IC solution. We'll figure that out. Let's take a quick shower real quick. I haven't seen my hygiene or mood kick on in a while. But my goal is to kind of prevent it from happening altogether. Which means that role-playing wise, I'm playing the game well-ish. All right, this should be done charging. All right, let's head into the greenhouse. I keep wanting to call it a room because in my mind it's one big room. But it's not one big room. It's actually two rooms. It's got the upper level and the lower levels, which are separated off by a door, which by definition creates a separate room. That might help my brain. All right, let's keep these going. Whoa, that was the wrong. All right, electronics. Yep, looks like that's right. There, there, there. I really hope I got these lined up right. I'm assuming you can only build them over plants because otherwise, what are they mounting to, you know? All right. I don't think windowed chutes will help me with sunlight, with the amount of sunlight that's hitting these plants. So if I'm wrong on that, you can let me know. That's just my feeling. And I really hope this, the way I see these designed, and the fact that the chutes connect to them this way tells me that I'm right and that these can be run in serial like this. I don't know. I've never worked with Harvies before. But that's why I'm doing this way. I'm trying to minimize the amount of sunlight that these can block. So I think these being here directly over should be okay. I would have hoped they took that into account when they designed these things. That these either do not affect sunlight at all or they affect them minimally when designed in the intended fashion. The only part I'm really worried about is this line of plants, because this is running in the, well, not quite, but sort of in the path of the sun. And so if these affect sunlight at all, these will be affected more than these other plants will. Then there'll be one more there. And then I need something to put them into. I'm probably going to move this ladder over to the side. So I have this space. Oh no, there's circuitry underneath there. I might have to move the circuitry down so I can build something up here. But whatever storage or refrigeration I have in here for the Harvies will probably go here. That, or I move the back line to to this side and have it go here to be more efficient. But this isn't the final output or the final version of the greenhouse. This is just me in learning mode, figuring out what I can and can't do. If I start a new world, general start, I push to the glasses as soon as possible. There is a reason why. Yeah, I really need to get my advanced furnace done. I would have, okay. The whole reason I have the greenhouse now instead of after the advanced furnace is because I screwed up my original plan for the advanced furnace. I built that ice tank to melt ices in, to give myself a way to melt gas or to cool gas without forcing myself to spend a lot of time learning the new condensation and evaporator units, which I still need to do, by the way. I just did it as a one-off, like, oh, I'll just build a little tank right quick. I can drop a bunch of ice in there, and that will collect, additional water for me, as well as cool a body of gas cooler than what I have now, because all my gas was heating up at the time. And that created a whole other problem for me that I had to fix. It killed the hab because the water in the system heated up to a tremendous amount and then immediately froze again because there was so much below zero water collected in there after I started fixing everything. So the hab had to be completely dismantled, purged of frozen gases and ice, and then rebuilt again. And then I needed something to put those excess gases into, especially the CO2, that was already now at a very nominal temperature. And so that's why I ended up building this greenhouse, is to collect all that. Please trust me, the sensor lenses are worth getting. They truly are a great tool. The GPR is for mining. MES is for building. They're worth it. There is a reason they cost in condo to make. Yeah. And if I start a new world, general start, I push the glasses ASAP. There's a reason why, yeah. And I promise you that wall cooler will not cool. The wall cooler works. The wall cooler works. But I'm using a liquid wall cooler. I'm not using an air or a gas wall cooler. Well, let's check. It was working. Let me put it that way. And we're below our desired temperature. So our target temperature right now is 295.9. So that's about 22 and a half degrees. 24. Wait, 293.15 is 20 degrees, right? So our minimum is just above that, 0.4. So we're 0.25 above 22. So this is around 22.75. And we're at 21 now. So we're just using the pipes themselves and the radiators, we're below our mean temperature in here. Yeah, the liquid is holding at 14.6 degrees, which I think is up. When we first looked at it, I think it was down around 14.1 degrees. So the hot water is bringing it up to 16 degrees. Yeah, phase change cooling. I was actually, so I'm sorry, I'm not reading all of his comments, I'm sorry. So Balin says, phase change cooling is how your AC fridge freezer works in real life. And he's talking about convection cooling, which is how most refrigerants are operating. So I was almost disappointed when they created an authentic fridge in this game, because it seemed too easy. You just plug in power to it and it was cooling whatever was inside it. The reason I was disappointed is because they mentioned that the gas and all that was built into the system, but there was no gas component in the construction of the refrigerator. You just put these ores in there, and it built it. I've since come around because Balian is right. This is how an actual refrigerator works. All the electronics, all the gases are contained in the unit itself. You don't need to run pipes into your refrigerator to keep it cooling, to keep it operating. It is self-contained, and as long as you take care of it, it can last almost forever. So in that way, it's fine. But because of that, I never actually learned the phase change mechanics in this game. So yes, in a fundamental, at the fundamental level, I understand how phase changes work, but I'm not familiar enough with the electronics, the logics, or the logistics of it to build my own condensing unit or evaporator coil, let alone build one in this game. So my expectations are negligible in that regard, but so is my preparedness. So I've been building them and using them independently, but I haven't learned how to use them together yet. But yes, Balin, to answer your question, yes, I do understand at a fundamental level, how phase change works, at least theoretically. But I do not know enough about how they've done it in this game to understand the in-game mechanics of it. Because to my knowledge, you can have gas state and liquid state in your networks, but you cannot have solid state in your networks. Or if there is a solid state in the network, I have yet to find a way to measure that. For instance, in my water supply, unless I've lost a significant amount of water, more amount of water than I thought I did, there is more water in this system than is shown here. We see the water, we see the steam or the water vapor, but we don't see the solid. But my liquid volume is up to 84 liters. Actually, it's down. It's up from 71. It got as high as 101. Now we're down to 84, but I think that's because we've installed the hydroponics in here and we're slowly consuming water again, which we weren't doing for a while. But the volume was going up, and it was going up significantly because there is ice in this system. But it doesn't really give you a way to measure that ice, at least not yet. And if I'm wrong on that, please let me know. If there is a way to measure that, or at least a way to confirm that, then yeah, I need to learn that as well. But that's my understanding, is that there's ice in my system, and I can't see it because the game doesn't account for solids in your pipe networks. Want to spoil on why to make the sensor lenses? I won't say no, but I do like to discover things myself if I can. If I'm doing something outright wrong that's going to hurt my game or hurt other people watching my game, then yes, I absolutely, tell me what I'm doing wrong. But I leave it up to you to decide if you want to spoil what the lenses mean for me. I'm fine discovering on myself. I know I would appreciate that, but I'm not against you telling me. I'll put it that way. So I leave it up to you to decide, do you want to tell me or not? Do you want to share this gem of knowledge that it seems like you're eager to share anyway? And I have no problem with that. So yeah. Now I wonder if I can move this gas sensor without it breaking this airlock controller. I have an extra airlock controller somewhere, but it might be the other broken one, the broken one from the hab. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's the broken one from the hab. There's no reason for me to have an extra airlock controller otherwise. So I'm going to print up a new airlock controller before I move that gas sensor over. Still seeding, still fruiting, still fruiting. Seeding, seeding, seeding. So these were all fruiting before, so now these have progressed. So it seems like the plants that are in closest proximity to the CO2 valve thrive the best, and they also consume the most CO2. So maybe 0.8, 0.6, between 0.6% and 0.8% is not the best target for a non-green room environment. Maybe I was off on that. Or maybe the water temperature's gotten too low again, now that's below 16 degrees C. I'm not sure. The temperature in here is fine, it's 24 degrees C. All right, so I'm gonna wait for these things to finish seeding. Some of these are still fruiting. And then once that's done, we'll tear this down, and this will no longer need a CO2 bleed to operate. Man, we were just standing around in the green room for a while, weren't we? Let's move on, shall we? Let's see. So our next focus should be, that doesn't need to be on right now. Well, let's go outside. Just see where we left off. We need one more Harvie. But we don't need it right away. You know what? We don't need... Where's my... Don't I already have an IC chip? I do already have an IC chip. How do I use this thing? Something wrong? It's got power. It's got the IC editor. How do you use the laptop? Do I have to install it on the table? That would seem so backwards. Why isn't... Oh, I can't... Wait. It looked like it was clickable for a second. Oh no, that's just to turn it off. Click the edit button. I can't... Oh, okay. All right. So we have Barseal's furnace, advanced furnace controllers. I'm just going with those because I've used that before. Well, I used a much older version of that before. I think it's updated since then, though. But I'm familiar with that, and that's why I was going to go with that. But where's my code? Okay. Here's one of my old solar codes. Overwrite. Oh, I'm not playing in full 36 by 10. Oh. We'll bring it up later. So this is a very simple version And we can just test it. But you can see it's not using any complex commands in here yet. Well, let's see. We've got other versions of the code too. I've developed more than one. This PID, it says unknown. I just want to see this real quick. No, this is not mine. Well, it might be mine. It might be mine if I adopted someone else's model. That's the only time I would use labels like this. No, this is for a combustion centrifuge. So I never did this. But how old is the combustion centrifuge? It's new to me, new-ish to me. But we'll leave it in here. But I don't know when and where I got this or why. Let's see. Power saving for crafting machines. I'm sorry, I'm just going through memory now. Okay. So this is not my modified version. This is the original version somebody else did. Solar power array, Archegos. This sounds like me. Whoa. Wait, why? Maybe I do have to start over. I mean, just looking at this, I know it's probably off. Because I put a lot of notes in here from when I was learning. And so this might not even be a working version of the final code. So we are probably going to have to start from scratch. We might just start from the other one, though. There's enough of it still there that we can build a working main loop. So the way I develop code, I have the mission system. The missions are the steps in your logic. Once step one completes, you move on to step two. Until step two is completed, you're repeating the code, the commands in that step. And that's just a holdover from developing code for KOS and Kerbal Operating System in the original Kerbal Space Program game. So you had the mission runner that would run through the mission steps, and then you had the event system, which would trigger based on variables. So, like, depending on your ship design in Kerbal Space Program, you couldn't always determine when in a mission stage your ship would be leaving atmosphere. But I wanted code that was in there that say, okay, once you're above the atmosphere, the level of the atmosphere, once you're above that elevation, deploy the fairings so that you can deploy your solar panels and those things and start energy production. I didn't want to have to hard code that for every single ship I designed. I wanted to have one set of code that I could use for any ship that I launched, and it would automatically deploy the fairings at the right time, regardless of where else it was in its mission code. Because the mission code is there to get you into space, and follows a set of sequences. Launch, set your rotation to 90 degrees, deploy your initial booster after a certain amount of time, or after a certain amount of thrust, deploy your secondary boosters, that sort of thing. That sequence had to be followed no matter what. And it was going to go in a certain order, in a certain timing. That was the mission code. The fairings would happen when you reached that atmospheric elevation, that top atmospheric elevation, that was going to be different depending on what kind of ship you're having, how many boosters it's going to have, how much fuel is it going to be carrying. All of that determines how long it's going to take to reach that elevation. And so that's when the event trigger comes in. Once you reach this elevation, run this. Until then, keep repeating this event while you're running through these missions. And there's a set of events that are triggered. And I just turned off the Hotel 2's AI tracking again. You know, I had logic in there for deploying parachutes, but that event wouldn't actually start or wouldn't be created until you were returning to Kerbin. And so I follow a lot of the same methodology here, which is a lot harder in assembly. Well, I say that it's harder and easier because you're already writing in the mission runner setup. It's going to run through the sequential loop no matter what. But accounting for those events is usually where I get lost anyway. So I try to keep those at a minimum in this. But when I do account for them, it does present itself as some creative code. I don't see a lot of that here anymore, unfortunately. This would have been the last great one, and I don't know why it's not showing up anything. So there's probably a lot of stuff in there that yeah, there's probably a lot of stuff in there that just doesn't comply with the latest version of the IC editor, which is both, you know, understandable and odd at the same time, because I'm trying to imagine what he did to what the developers did to improve the IC editor since I became familiar with it, because it's basically an assembly editor, and assembly is assembly. But yeah, so I think because of this, I'm going to go ahead and do the logic chips first, get that up and running, and then we'll we might as well top off our food. Okay. I don't hear the pipes groaning anymore, so I think we're probably out of the woods in that regard. You're familiar with latch command programming? How old are you? No offense. I mean, I'm in my 50s, so it's not like I'm gawking at you or anything. I'm relating to you, if anything. Ah, yeah, it's coming down quite a bit now, so we're good now. Waste tank caution. So yeah, now that we have our propulsion set up here, it's real easy to run this in. Well, no, we'd have to have a separate pressure regulator. I'm still resolving how much we can get by on solar power alone with our current setup of batteries. So I'm not ready to change the number of consumers just yet. And I'm not hurting for propulsion fuel anyway. I've only had to change the tank out once so far in the 177 days that I've been playing in this playthrough. Oh yeah, I forgot. I can just look right here and see it. Turn on AI. Turn on AI. You're not listening to it. Oh, there you go. All right. Change my battery. I should probably get another CO2 filter going. Is that just one over? Yep. Just print the one. I really need to get my recycler going. Do I have some extra floors? See what I mean by running off on tangents? This recycler was supposed to be built a long time ago. It's been printed and stored for so long. I don't even remember where it is. I just know that there is one here somewhere. What? It's the one I need. Oh no, I have one here. Okay. And then, how big is a stairwell? Tangents. I'm not doing anything I said I was going to do. Late 40s programmer. No, I know nothing of programming. Really? But you know enough to mention latch programming. So most of my experience is, most of my experience these days is C#. I know enough in like Python and Java and JavaScript to get myself in trouble, but not to be highly efficient. But you know, I am at a core an object-oriented person, so object-oriented programming is somewhat second nature to me, so I can usually find my way around. But I did come up, you know, using Fortran and Pascal and BASIC before object-oriented programming became a thing, and so I'm somewhat proficient with those as well. Although I do have to spend a lot of time learning and relearning specific methodologies. So if you're looking for someone who can teach you MIPS and IC programming with proficiency and optimization, I'm probably not your guy. And you're probably going to see me fail a lot before I succeed. Well, that's depending on how creative I try to be. Like I said, if I use logic chips to map out a path, then that I can probably do pretty quickly in IC. But I'm just saying that to give you some preparedness. I might have space to do this without moving that stuff. So the stairs I know are an object, and they're a rather large object. Your first programming was this game. That's interesting. So, would you say, so Ursius, Balin is not a programmer by trade. The only programming he knows is what he's learned from playing this game. So my question to you, Balin, is, nope, it's 3? Actually, 3's not bad for me. Yeah, tangent engaged. Sorry, guys. I have to do this now. Wow, that was violent. Where can you go that's not offensive to me? Let's try there. Just keep you closed. We never go in there anyway. Okay, now let's try this again. So Bailey, my question to you was, now that you're becoming proficient, okay, we have to be careful about how we place this. Or not so proficient. Now that you're becoming familiar with coding through this game, do you find you like coding and would like to... Okay, that didn't do what I thought it would do. And maybe I do want to move it out one more then. Yeah, I'm going to move it out one more. So in other words, has learning to code in this game made you want to experience other games that also feature coding and customization and personalization, those sort of things? Okay, what do we need next for this guy? We need a welding torch and steel frames. We've got the steel frames on us now. Nope. Oh, we used all our steel frames, didn't we? We're completely out of steel frames. Yeah, we're going through so much steel. Oh, we need that airlock controller. Just in case we need it after we move that gas sensor. Whoa. How much steel do we have right now? 15. I guess that's enough for now. We'll need more eventually anyway. Especially for more stairwells, because we only built one with that, and it only went one high. The normal stair goes 2 squares high, doesn't it? Or am I thinking something else? Or maybe the stairs have changed. There's probably more than one now. Stair with rails. But yeah, that looks like that's 2 squares high, whereas this looks like it's 1 square high. So that's interesting. Steel frames? Why steel frames? Why do they do this to my brain? Nothing else requires steel frames as a component, right? Wait, do I have steel frames somewhere? I have 2 steel frames here. How does this... Okay, I'm not being negative. I'm surprised. Now I need the still sheets. Oh, where did I put them? Okay. I mean, yep, that's a stairwell. That's a very expensive stairwell, though. I wasn't expecting that. We're going to have to produce a lot of steel to keep going. I have a feeling I'm going to be hurting for steel if I don't produce, like, 4 stacks. What? Why? There, go. Why? Okay. You have to force it for some reason. It's interesting that it takes so long to produce as well. All right. That's all we need to do there. It's just a proof of concept that says we can have this stair system, we can take out that ladder, and we can, Yeah. Well, we're going to have to remove this anyway. So yeah, it overlaps with this, and for us to build up higher, we'd have to remove that anyway, so that makes sense. I'm glad it let me build the thing there, though, because I would have been confused if I couldn't. Knowing me, it would have taken me a little bit of time to figure out that floor right there was the reason why this thing was red, no matter how I placed it. You still haven't done my first tip, 360 lighting. Let's do that. Yeah, I haven't worked with the portable light very often. Yeah, well, that's also a testament to my mentality. Even though I'm playing a kind of a dumbed down version of the game, at least when it comes to, wow, I haven't even put it in my bag yet. But yeah, that makes sense. So I can just turn off my light. Under settings, gameplay, uncheck first person helm. What does this do? Oh, it removes the mesh for the helm. Yeah. I see the benefit of that. Like, part of me is conflicted. Part of me likes to see those things, but I also see the benefit of not having that there. Especially when you're dealing with things like screens where part of the helmet will cut that off. That has happened to me before. So how long does the battery last on this thing? We're already down to 93%, so it's not a lot. We'll need a bigger battery for that eventually, but I do like this. It is more efficient, more effective. Oh. It doesn't have as much of a reach though, so I still kind of need my helmet light. But I like that. That's a fair trade-off. It's not really a trade-off, if you think about it. But we definitely need more batteries. We're out of backups now. Wireless cell. What do you use to charge a wireless cell battery? Okay, we're not going to get into that right now. Let's get 3 of these going. Or maybe just 2. Okay. Omni wireless charger. Why is it just a big white square? Okay, so when I see this, I see something that may not be in the game yet. Gold, copper, steel. Has a range of 8 frames. Is it in the game or is it like a creative thing? I mean, it shows you how to make it, but it doesn't show a model for it. And when you search for it it presents as a white square. In the past, stuff like this usually meant stuff that they built code for, but they haven't actually implemented in the game yet. Wow, you can have extra large cell batteries. Doesn't really tell you their capacities, though, does it? We'll check it out later. All right. Let's see. I wonder if I can automate the portable light using my, well, I'm not using an advanced EVA yet, advanced suit, hard suit. Let's see, we need one more Harvie. We can make that now, but we're gonna wait. All right, I'm just gonna commit. So I need some logic I/O. I need one reader, 2 batch writers, and that's it. Okay. All right, so we've got the sensor out there. We've got the reader. We need one processor to calculate the proper horizontal angle. I think the vert angle can still remain a straight value. It's the horizontal angle that we need to change and calculate. So we need one processor unit and one memory unit. Okay. You're going to feed into the data network. H angle. And we don't know what the H angle is going to be yet. So we're going to set it to 180 for now. Okay. So the logic reader is going to feed into this, and it's going to read from the sensor. We don't need the sensor to be on the data network. We just need the logic reader to be on the data network. So what I can do is I can put a logic reader here. I can move you there. So if you guys haven't gotten a feel for how my brain operates, you're about to get a crash course. Okay. All right, so you can only see the daylight sensor, and you're going to read solar angle. Oh, wait. Do I need two readers? One for vert and one for... I think I might. Okay, so aside that, there's prefab hash, solar irradiance. That's interesting. Reference ID, name hash, mode. What modes does it have? Mode default. How do you change the mode? I guess you change it with logic. Okay. So let's set this one to vert. That means we need another logic reader. And we'll need to print another. Oh no, this won't work then. Yeah, the daylight sensor didn't used to look like this. It used to be, I think like the motion sensor is now. But yeah, I didn't expect to have to read the vertical and the horizontal separately. So that would make it hard to route. Well, I could do it like this. This is where I start to get into trouble. If I still want to keep the logic the way I'm trying to read it. But no, then I'd have power. Yeah, there's no way to do this. There's no way to dedicate this to come in one side for both of these when power has to come in here and power has to come in here. But the logic has to come out here and get to this network, and the logic has to come out here and also get to this network. So either way, one of these has to cross the streams with the power line. And what I'm trying to do is create a logic set network that is separate from the power so that you only see this logic on this data network and you don't see these devices on anything else that touches this power. And I know it's not necessary to do that. Do you have a Discord channel? Yeah, I do have a Discord channel, but I don't use it very much these days. The people that were using it have all kind of moved on. Well, they're not moved on. They do plan to come back eventually, but one's working on a master's, the other one's starting a new job. There's a lot of stuff going on with our group. But I do have a Discord, and if you like, I can send you a DM later that can give you access to it. I do plan to work more with it in the future. So whatever you want to do to promote its function, I'm all for it. Let's see. So we're going to go back the way we had it set up before and have it just tie into the network. Which means that this won't work like this anymore. Okay. Actually, we need to change that one as well now. This one can stay. Actually, that'll have to go like that as well. Okay. All right. Drill. You will go like this, and you will go like that. Waste tank caution. I wonder if there's something else going on with my network. The gas reclamation. Because it seems like this pressure is going up. It's not getting down to 0 anymore. Actually, it's not even getting down to... What? Why is it so high? Oh, power's out. Really? How did we end up using so much power? This only feeds into this. Those two batteries only go to this. I'm very confused now. Oh, you have MIPS code for solar tracking, combustion centrifuge, rocket mining, weather tracking. This is code you developed yourself, Balin? Or you developed it through guidance or... Let me put it this way. I'm assuming you use like the wiki or other things as some sort of guidepost, but otherwise you haven't been using other people's code. I'm not saying that's a big deal. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding where the code's coming from. If it's your own self-made code, that means I read it one way as opposed to code you've leveraged from somebody else and made your own. In that regard, I would probably want to discuss that with you, understanding what the original person did and why you changed it. Does that make sense? As a coder myself, it's really important to understand where logic comes from and the foundation or the reason why certain changes are made. So there's no wrong answer. Let me put it that way. It's the little things. I wasn't even thinking about that. I just did that. I didn't even notice I was doing that while I was talking to you. But I saw that in the back of my mind. I noticed that that wasn't blue and it needed to be blue because all this other stuff is blue. And so I went and made it blue without even consciously doing that. Okay. And eventually I want to color all these. So the air conditioning units in the hab, there'll be blue chips and there'll be red chips. The ones blue are for the cooling system. Ones that are red are for the heating system. What was I doing? Oh, I was working on solar panels and then my waste tank went off. I don't know why I'm using the stairs. The stairs don't go all the way up yet. Okay, I want to get this to a point. Oh, I have to install power up here just to do that. I want to get to a point where I can just test some of the functionality. So the final I/O. Oh, and I need to print another I/O now. So the final I/O will go here. Okay. The first I/O will go here. Oh, wait. I need two. I need two batch writers per network. I need 3 more I/Os just to do the logic chips. I wasn't thinking about vert and horizontal at the same time. But yeah, I need to do both independently. It probably would have been better to just jump straight into the IC. Oops, what did I do? That was only one, right? Yeah. So balance says, yes, I made myself. I learned from others on how to, and wrote myself. Okay, so I've done both. I've spent time learning the code from the source material, and I'll probably be doing that a lot again. Where do you see the source material for the IC? Oh, no, it's in the editor itself. That is, I don't know what that is. Slot variables tells you how to read the different slots. X, these are the in-game variables. And then F is formulas. Functions. Okay, the various functions you can call within. So these are, for the most part, 99% of what you need to know about creating your first code. what does it tell you for structure? Oh, this is all it tells you. Constants. Oh no, it gives you the trust structure. So when you're calling a function, it's literally by calling this sequence. So if you're calling a macro using the $, then you're naming the macro or the percentage sign. So hex characters, binary numbers, hash, parentheses, it's also an in-game macro. NaN, not a number. Positive, negative, infinity. Pi. Okay, I'm not going to get stuck on this. So number instruction. Okay, so this is call out for inline commenting. So you can place this anywhere in a command line and it would just ignore anything else on that same line after that. But you can have working code before that. So you can minimize the number of lines of your code by combining comments and commands and using this function. Absolute register equals the absolute value of A. Or the absolute value of a formula. Anyway, sorry. So yeah, so this is how I know what resources are available to me, what tools are in my toolkit, so to speak. Hydration critical, of course. Because I spent so much time. Oh, I need to turn that off. There we go. Well, I have hydration here, right? It's 0 degrees, it's fine. So yeah, I use that as kind of a starting point just to give myself a foundation. And then I use other people's work as kind of a signpost. I don't necessarily use their code. I mean, I might use their code just to see how it works. And then either try to recreate it, building my own version, or I try to recreate their code exactly from memory or from my understanding of the instructions to see if I'm building the same thing and thinking logically the same way that their logic is meant to work. Now that just depends on how formulaic, methodical, or creative those people are that I'm using as my foundation for my learning. So sometimes somebody who's unconventional in their way of thinking and the way they implement their logic, they're not necessarily hurting you, but they are kind of leading you down a path that may not be entirely good for you. So yeah, let me think about how I want to do this now, because I need to change. No, I don't need to change it. Yeah, I do need to change it. But ultimately, my goal is to get to a point where I'm proficient enough with the code that I can, I can do whatever I want to do with it, which is, if you can imagine it, if you can envision it, you can make it happen in the code. That's pretty much where I was at with C#. I say was because I haven't done anything with C# in about 2 years. A lot of the stuff I've been doing has been like JavaScript and other things for little code projects like in Unity and things like that. But once you're to that point where, okay, I want this output, and you know that you need to do this sequence to do it without having to refer to any sort of guidances, that's when you know you're a programmer. Oh, I printed out a CO2 filter. I need to go get it. I don't have any food out here for that. I don't know if it'll use that first or not. Let's go get fed. I hope I don't have to use this airlock controller. I don't have any plans for any more advanced airlocks right now, but I would hate to waste it just because I had to move a sensor. Let's recharge this guy, especially since we forgot to turn off our suit storage. Okay. Obviously, we'll need you in here just in case. Do we want to do this now? No, you can't turn it on in... All right. So what we want to do is move that. Power comes up from there. That's easy enough to reclaim. Yeah, it'll just come off of this guy. Although, I would like to have it centered. Now that we know that it's, well, the running theory is that the gas sensor doesn't have the range to see this third square. So we want to center it. Now I can put it in this square, anywhere in this square, and that would technically be centering it in regard to this space. However, in my brain, putting the gas sensor here or here and just building it off of this line will not, in fact, make it centered. So I am actually, because I am me and my brain works the way it does, I am going to move the cable so I can properly center this gas sensor. I'll move that. I want that in the other hand. Thank you. Yeah, I guess we'll have to move this one too. All right. Okay. Where does that cable go? Oh, I guess that goes up to do those. All right. Yep, it's broken. So I don't know. Oh, wait. Okay, it's broken in the sense that it still sees the original version of the greenhouse sensor. But it did let me switch sensors this time. Although I can't tell if it's letting me. deselect it. But it looks like it's going to work. And see, now that is centered. Although now I can see the cables are in there and they're not symmetrical, but we're not going to worry about that. We're not going to think about that. We're not, yeah. All right, let's see if this works. Let's keep that in here for now. Oh no! This is going to be a very short test that I may or may not survive. Yeah, let's see how... No, we're not going to have time for this. I don't know if that did enough or not. Are we going to come back or no? I'm breathing again. Okay. I did not die. I got an achievement for that. What does our gas look like in here now? 0.75% CO2, 33% oxygen. I mean, it could be worse. That's actually not as bad as I thought it would be. See, I don't like that we completely ran out of power on the atmospheric system when that's all that they were doing was atmospherics. We got to figure that out because that means that that portion of the greenhouse, no, it's on a separate line. All right, let's go into the greenhouse, see what's going on in there. Let's make sure everything is still alive and thriving. Okay, we don't need these anymore. No, not inside it. How do I get it out? How do I get it out? Okay. Let's just put it over here. Turn you off. Go ahead and get this out of the way. This is what we came here for, right? 95% my idea, 100% my code. That's good. For rockets, you'll need the pressure-fed gas. And give YAR a minute. You can use fresh liquid fuel will work if... Is there more on your statement? I don't know if it's cutting off or not. Hold on. Nope, that's all your statement. Looks like it cut off your statement halfway or partway. Okay. Okay, I'm just going to turn that off because that's distracting me. All right, let's go take a look. We need to see what the atmosphere and the temperature is in there now. Because I know it's warmer in the hab than it is in the greenhouse, or at least it was before. That did seem to run a little bit more smoothly. Did our light go out? Yeah. We got a seed. Oh, we already took that seed. Should I be harvesting these things, or should I wait until I get the Harvies up and running? I feel like I should wait. I don't need to take the seeds either. Okay, so obviously we're not producing enough energy. Well, not for the atmospherics. But yeah, that battery is depleted now as well. I wonder if my power production has blown a wire somewhere. Okay, what's our atmosphere in here? 1% nitrogen, 5% oxygen, 93% CO2, which is fine. Temperature is 21 degrees. Heat's off, cooling's off. Well, yeah, you wouldn't want to bring the temperature below 25, 22, 22.75. Yeah, okay. So yeah, everything's running okay in here. How much power does one of these Harvies use? $10 watts? All of that consumes only 10 watts? That's surprising to me. I mean, it's just a simple motor, right? And a sensor. The logic is going to run separately off of circuits, logic circuits. So I guess that's right. I would think it's a little bit more than 10 watts though, for both the motor and the sensor. But that's just me being too realistic for what is still effectively a game, a simulation, but still a game. Okay, so transitioning from this side to that side went more smoothly, but it's really going from this side back that we see the problems. So let's see what that looks like. It's going down very consistently. It's not shooting back up and down. And if we see just a constant climb of pressure, then we should be okay. Yep. And there should be no drop off at the end. Perfect. That did it. Ursus, you're right. It was the gas sensor. Okay. Don't really need to top off anything. I mean, we can drop it in there real quick just to purge the waste tank. That usually happens pretty quick. Yep. Okay. Yeah, there's nothing else we need to do in here, really. Well, are you ready to tear down? Wait, did I turn off the lights or? No, that's still on. So I turned off the lights. I was getting ready to leave, and then I got distracted by this. No! Just clear it. We don't care. That was muscle memory right there. See, almost did it again. Okay. Okay. Okay, we need to shut this down. That can only be done outside. But we're done here. Okay. First we need to turn off the O2, the CO2. Oh, and the light. We don't need the light on in there anymore either. Are you currently on? You are currently on. Let's change you so you turn off. Okay, so that turns it off. Oh yeah, we had our own pressure. Okay, so that will turn off the CO2 pump, the CO2 valve that was bleeding CO2 into the hab just to keep those plants alive. And then the grow light is, the logic for that's inside the hab. So we'll take care of that later. And then I don't know what this space is going to be. I might make the hydroponic system thing. What is it called? Hydroponic station. Yeah, this guy. I've used it before. Oh, excuse me. So I might use that strictly for food and then focus on the hydroponics in the greenhouse strictly for fuel and oxygen production. But I don't know yet. That's outside the scope of today's episode, which we've done some of it. We can print out that last Harvie while we're working on this other stuff. So back to what we were saying before. We need 2 batch writers over here. One there. And one there. Okay. The weather keeps getting warm then cool here, so it makes for very sleepy nights and days these days. Okay. Oh, I can't put them right next to each other, can I? This is where it gets clunky. So what I need, the only way I can think of doing this, the only way I can think of, whoop. I would need a stem coming from this network. Oh, the air purifier kicked on for some reason. I think one of my pets did something nefarious. Okay. So it would have to be like this. I mean, this one can just go here. Actually, we can do it like this. No, I need room to get the other line to come in. Something just arrived. Oh, I should set it to the right thing. Okay, batch writer. And 1, 2, batch writer. And then okay. I don't think I can do this without intersecting with power. So we're going to give up on that. But as long as the output for both of these, well, in that case, it didn't matter where I put this. I could have put this over here as well and had the same result without too much overlap. I think I'm going to do that because this is just atrocious. Okay. Okay. Batch writer. So really, this is best. Excuse me. I really wish I could keep... Really, it's only that one that needs to be merged. All right, so I can do the rest of the network without merging power. It's only that one that's going to merge power. Right? Yeah, none of these other units should be visible. Oh no, wait. This will be visible on the power line. Wait. It won't be visible on the power line, will it? Okay, I'm overthinking things a little bit. I need to just focus on everything else we're doing. Especially if I can't articulate well enough what I'm thinking so that you can follow along on the ride with me. And are you still with me? Yeah, sorry. There's 5 people watching, so I'm assuming it's the same people. But that's me. They designed these logic circuits in such a way that you can keep the data lines and the power lines separate, but then I come up with these complex arrangements that require me to cross the streams and break that core rule. And I really don't want to. I want to make logic systems that are independent and completely cut off and separate from the rest of the network, so I can keep making those logic systems wherever I want without having to, sort through a list of devices that I've added to the same network over and over. Let's see. So that was waste tank and energy. Food's already down to 66%. I need an outdoor cafe or something that gives me access to my food. All right. You know what? We need to get the power requirements for that stuff up and running as well. I'm gonna need a battery, preferably a large one. We need more copper, preferably a large one. Thank you. There was nothing in my hand, was there? No. What was that? Oh, that's the Harvie. Okay. It stopped printing? I guess so. I don't remember doing anything to make it stop printing. Stepped on a pipe. Okay. We're down to our last topped off battery over there. These are perpetually empty. We need to check our fuel system, or our power system. Well, it wouldn't be here. There's been no storms anyway. These aren't really fully functional yet. So it doesn't appear to be, oh, yep. We've got some broken lines. So I need to review my entire power system then and make sure I have control over how much current is going through individual sections of the line. But it doesn't look like we're getting all of our power sources through, or our energy producers are not entirely online right now. Okay, I think I need to go down one level. And so I need the stairwell. I can't. Oh, I can. I can see the cables out there, so that's not the problem. Those all look good. Then the trunk goes where? Goes along the top. It goes under this. Feeds into those. And then feeds into these. Okay, so I don't think it's a matter of us not. I mean, yeah, it's us not producing enough energy, but I also think it's because this is in the tail end of the system. I think because we're all the way over here, after it fills these batteries, or after it touches these batteries, let me put it this way. It's not filling them all in sequence, or is it? That would be why this one here was the last one to drain. So if that's the case, then it's filling the batteries sequentially, then that's the problem. We're not producing enough power anyway, and so these are never going to get full, and these are going to be the first to drain because they're the last to get any excess energy in. We really need a storm right now. Okay, so our atmospherics has been offline for a while now, and even daylight is not enough to really bring it back fully. Things are online now, but these are not charging. The more I think about this, I really just need to get my solar tracking online, see how that improves our efficiency. We need a power controller. And really, that's it for now. Okay, we're gonna need some more cable. Oh. Okay, where do I want to put this power controller? I'm going to, I'm just going to put it in the roof for now. It's not pretty, and this may not be the final location, but this is good for now. It'll allow me to lay out the rest of the power cabling in such a way that yeah. I'm just going to run it in to the power producers without a battery. That should give that APC priority over everything else. Sorry. How long have we been going? Oh, we're almost at 3 hours. We're almost at 3 hours, and I haven't finished any one thing that I set out to do today. Let's move the data cable over here. Let's print out some of our power cables. And let's get that battery. Yeah. We're going to run out of power across the whole base very soon if this does not do what we hope it does, what we want it to do. which is ramp up our energy production to a new level. All right. Come on. I apologize. We will be winding down soon. Normally my streams are between 3 and 4 hours long. But like I said, the days have been kind of sleepy the last couple of days, just from the weather, and it's been taking a toll. All right, so normally for an array like this, I put the I/O chips first because it's easy to power those. They're simpler since they have that free slot at the bottom that you don't have to worry about aligning. And then I'll put the processor last. But with this setup, let's put those here, grab these, finish this. We should at least be able to do the vert for one of these. Yeah, so it doesn't see the name that I've given them with logic. You can't do that with logic chips then. I can see the other batch writer. Is that what that's showing me? We're going to say this is the SPD East. Oh, let's see. Logic writer, SPD East, horizontal. And this will be logic writer, SPD East, vertical. All right, so this is seeing the oh, it's seeing both the batch writers. No, it's seeing one of the batch writers. I guess it's seeing that one. So you can see the output of a batch writer. I don't think I've ever noticed that before. Or just never paid attention to it. I don't know. All right, so solar panel dual. Vertical, reading from logic reader, vertical, logic reader, horizontal. Oh wait. Haven't actually configured them yet since all right, daylight sensor, vertical, daylight sensor, horizontal, vertical 75, horizontal minus 27. So yeah, there's going to be some calculations going on there. Okay. So we need to set that to, this is horizontal, so that's going to read the horizontal. That's vertical. And there's no power here yet. Okay. Let's just run it out for now. I suppose this APC can run the tracking beacon and the weather system as well. Okay. That does not look right. We won't know for sure until after midnight when we see where it's starting to face towards the morning sun. But I think what it's telling me is this: that the horizontal facing should be something more like that. But again, because the sun is below the horizon, I don't know for sure. Yeah, I'm really confused because I would think well, of course. Well, our power problem is gone for now. Our storm's seasonal, because this is like the 4th storm I've seen in like 10 days. Maybe not. It may not be that frequent. Oh, yep. The filters are gone. What about the stuff in the hab? Is that stuff taking damage? Nope, didn't take damage. Well, that wasn't what I wanted to do. Okay. I should probably dismantle the solar panels so they don't get any more damage than they already are. So like I said, we've had a few storms come through here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That sounds dangerous. Okay. Yeah, the glass is damaged already. Oh no, that glass is different glass. How did the glass get damaged? All right, let's put down these circuits so I can pick up the rest of the stuff. What is that? Logic processor and then 2 more I/O. What's the 2 additional I/O? Oh yeah, the 2 I/O for this over here. I hadn't put them down yet. Okay. Batch writer. Batch writer. I think that'll work. And we're going to add, subtract memory. I'll figure it out. Oh, we're going to need two. We're going to need another one of those. So we might as well put them over here. So we're going to need another I/O unit. No, we're going to need another processor unit. Okay. But now I should have the inventory space to take these down without them taking any more damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. What? Oh, man. Oh, man. Let's just take it from the... let me organize my brain here. There we go. Okay. And we'll repair those once we get them back up and running. Now, there's no actual physics in this game, right? I don't have to like avoid any sort of collisions with these things, right? They're not going to damage me. Looks like all our power cabling is still intact. I mean, I don't want to test it, but I feel like I'm testing it now. But I'm not trying to get chopped into pieces. All right, looks like the wind is pushing this direction, so I might be able to just kind of glide down. Yeah. So the main line is fully intact, it looks like. No blown circuits. I think the only time I'm at risk of blowing circuits right now, if we haven't blown one already, is just when I'm using the coal generator and a storm starts. It's so hard to see though. It's hard to tell. I'm not going to worry about it right now. All right, we're just past midnight, but there's no solar panels to check, so it doesn't matter. Let's go replenish our food and water while we wait for the storm to die down. But at the very least, that should put us back to max energy. Forgot to turn the lights on. Oh, it's dying down. All right. can turn off that grow light while we're in here. We don't need that using energy, but we should be maxed out on energy now. Yeah, that battery's topped off. Those batteries are topped off. Okay. This guy's nearly topped off. Oh yeah, we're going to dismantle that light. Nope, that's for the lights. Where's the controller for... That must be it. Daylight, grow light, on. Daylight. Okay. Eventually we'll probably reclaim those, but for now, we're not going to worry about it. Maybe I can move the kitchen in here. It'll be a kitchenette. It's 1 o'clock? Oh, that's right, we started late today. I'm getting hungry. It's lunchtime. It's past lunchtime, actually. Normally we're eating before noon. What's the weather like? Is it raining? Give me 1 second. I might go out to lunch today. Hey, I'm over here now. Come on, follow me. I'm right here. What happened? Did it really lose me? Hold on, let me check something here. Lost me? I don't understand. Sorry. I'm still testing this thing, and I don't understand its behavior sometimes. All right. So yeah, I didn't realize it was so late. I do have to end probably in the next 20 minutes or so. But we're going to try and get the baseline for the IC circuits done while we have the time. And then in the next episode, we'll work on the final IC version of that same logic. All right, so we're back up and running. Lights off. Is there anything? We brought the Harvie in, didn't we? No, we didn't. Yeah, that's good enough. Helmet. Okay. Somebody's talking to me. Hold on, let me check that. That might be one of our delivery guys. We got a lot of stuff coming in this week. Last few days, actually. Easy way. Nope. Yep. No, that was earlier. Yeah, we got some packages coming today. All right. We need to go. We need one more logic processor. And we used up all our copper. Not all our copper, just all the copper we had in here. Okay, logic processor. We might need separate memory for the two arrays as well. Just in case, we're going to print one and bring it with us. Okay. Okay. I knew I was supposed to have more than that. More than what I had. Okay, let's put these back. Data. Yep. Oh, that was creepy. So the wind picked up outside. I've got a window open behind me. Okay, logic's working. Where's the sun? The sun is overhead. So that vert is off. No matter which horizontal I'm facing. Am I using the right thing? Should I be passing the... Okay, we're going to turn you off. We're going to turn you on. But we didn't route you power. Hold on. Now let's get these guys in place. Oops. And we've got a little bit of duct tape on us. Probably going to need to go print some more. And I think it uses steel. Oh, wait a minute. These aren't damaged anymore. Am I wrong? Are none of these damaged? Did I do something wrong? I don't know. Okay, you're reading from logic reader horizontal, reading out to, I guess we have to reset, or maybe we never set it horizontal. Nope, that's not right. Well, wait. So do we need calculations on both horizontal and vertical now? All right, so we're reading straight from the reader for horizontal. You're using more power than you're gaining. Let's check these power lines one more time. I can't fit here now. Come on. There's a gap right here. Okay. Everything seems to be connected. But we're already using more power from that APC than there's power available on the network. That's how much we're consuming energy from this network. So we will need a battery, like a kit battery in reserve for this guy. That's why I didn't put this in the final place, because I had a feeling I might have to change its location. Let's see. So these things are broken on both axes. If that's the case, I'm going to need 2 more processors and yeah, I'll need at least 2 more processors. They can share the memory because the calculation, yeah, they can share the memory. No, they can't. I might not need 2 more memory, but I'll need at least 1 more memory. Well, the 1 memory I have now. Ah, this is so confusing. It was a lot simpler before, because one of the axes was fine, because the sun would just pass right overhead. But since then, they added orbital mechanics, which I applauded. I was lobbying for that. I wanted to be able to look out and see where the other bodies were compared to me, and I wanted to be able to reach them from the same game, meaning you start the game on Mars, but you could actually create a ship and fly to the moon or to Venus, and the only way to do that was through an orbital model. So they've since implemented that. Now, I don't think you can actually fly from one map to another map just yet, but that is now possible in the game code with some extra effort, so that you have a persistent game world where your save game can coincide with another person's save game on another map, and you can actually interact with each other more directly through, traversal or through just automated item exchanges and stuff like that, but in a more physical and persistent way. Yeah, I got a lot to think about right now. So we need to figure out the horizontal variable first. We've got 1 logic processor. Let's go ahead and drop the other. That's memory. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right, so we need a math unit. Where's my data cabling? We're going to centralize you for now. So what I may have is processors. I'll have to move this power cable, but I'll have the other logic processors on this side mirroring these and performing the rest of the calculations. And then I'll just run power down. I'll either run power inside and this way and have the logic come around this side, or I'll have the logic come this side. Either way, I'm going to have to move this power cable because it's going to be too close to the data lines for these. But for right now, well, I have to finalize it now, kind of. Well, not finalize, I just have to close the power line. So for right now, it's just going to look like this. Okay. And I need data on that side. Sometimes that's faster. All right. Let's see. So we are going to take logic processor, vertical south. No. We're working on the east first. LP. Vertical east. LP. Horizontal east. All right. So you're going to read logic reader vertical, right? LP vertical east. You're going to read LR horizontal. We're going to add mem horizontal angle. We're just going to add both. We need to set up some more memory on these lines. We can probably run them in between these systems, actually. In between the panels. Hash gen. That was unexpected. I didn't know I could do that. Hash gen. Wait, no, don't make one. I need to understand what that does. I don't imagine it would do what I think it does, what I'm thinking. But I just need to understand the use case. All right, so we have our secondary memory. We're going to call it memvert. But this may have to, no, the logic processor can do the rest. We just need, oh, well. This is where the direction head comes into play. So yeah, we may need one more memory. Okay, mem V angle. So one is 180. I'm going to set the other one to 360. These operate in in degrees, right? Not percentage. Vertical 90 degrees. Horizontal 0 degrees. Okay. All right, so now turn these on. This is putting out 87, 88. This is putting out 330. Okay, now we need to set this to read. LP vertical east. This is logic writer SPT E vertical. Yep, that's right. And this needs to read logic processor horizontal east. So far, this looks pretty good. Nope, 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 lost it. It's about, okay, so looks like the horizontal is about 90 degrees off. I know. What am I doing? I'm getting power from my suit. Okay, so looks like we need to adjust the horizontal angle. $337. So that was adding 360. So what if we add 270? Horizontal? Okay, so what if we go to 90? Wrong way. So this one should be 270. Okay, but the vertical is way off. What if we drop that to 90? It's 15 degrees now. What value is it trying to put? Minus 233. Minus 233. $438. That looks good. The horizontal looks good there. The vertical, 240. Wait, subtract? Oh. Okay, now we're too high. How far off are we? This is vertical angle, right? And we're dealing with vertical. 287. Maybe we do need to subtract. We're at 90 now. How far off are we if we go to 0? Am I reading the right thing? Logic reader vertical. H angle. This is vertical east. No, I'm not reading the right thing. Okay. That one's right. This one wasn't. So now we need to start over. Okay, we need to set this to 90 again. I think the horizontal angle is right on those though. Okay, 90 is not right. So what angle are we reading now? 104. Is it inverted? $109. Yeah, that's about what we show. But it's inverted. Let's go 270 again. Nope. Am I overthinking this? Can I do a negative number? You can. What am I missing here? So it's not a degrees thing. How? What? I'm more than a little confused now. All right, so we're baselining our vertical on a 0 modifier. So we're just reading a vertical angle of 62 degrees, which right now that matches the solar angle. The horizontal angle is minus 29. The efficiency on these is still pretty horrible. And they're rotating in the opposite direction. So the vertical is moving in the wrong direction. Okay, so that tells me that the horizontal is actually wrong. The horizontal is 180 degrees off of what it should be. We got a measurement of 242 here. Which is registering 75 degrees here. .77 here. Horizontal. Oh no, hold on. So yeah, so 244, 244, 244. Okay. So it looks like we need to reverse our horizontal 180 degrees. So this is our H angle over here. We should just move this. I mean, ideally we should only have to move it one time and then adjust it one time and then we'll be done messing with it. But now that I've got more than one memory, and I'm probably going to add even more, we're going to just homogenize this design a little bit more while we're playing with it. Okay. That was the right one, right? Yep. Okay. I just want to make sure there wasn't like a rogue connection going down into the frame. Okay, so mem H angle. It was 270. We're going to set it to 90. And now so these should turn around 180 degrees. Okay. So this is about 90 degrees off now. Okay, so that looks kind of right. We won't know for sure until sun comes up. Okay, now we can start working on these units. Well, first we're going to adjust this power line. Okay, so the data is going to come this way and connect here. So the power will have to come this way. Okay. I'm going to have to disrupt power for that one. I'm going to have to disrupt power for all of it. I don't want any of these stragglers. Okay. That's it for the power. The data line. Oh. The data line is going to be a little bit more complex here. Waste tank caution. Okay, we'll have a line that comes in like that. Nope. Okay. Okay. And I just realized I could have just tied it off in here and it'd still be connected with that stuff, but I don't want to. Okay. I still want to be able to see it and process it the way I saw it when I first started envisioning this stuff. Even though I know I can't do it the way I really want to do it. There's power there, power there. Okay, that's where the new processors need to go. All right, and power's done properly. Okay. So for these guys, like that. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. 1, 2, 3. It's about the same regardless of which way I go. Okay. Yeah, this battery's getting dangerously low already. All right, so we have okay. This is Logic Rider SPD south, vertical. Logic Rider SPD south, horizontal. We just want to take Logic Reader vertical and Logic Reader horizontal to start. Vertical, horizontal. Waste tank critical. Oh, the sun's coming up. Good timing. Because I'm pretty sure that battery is about to die. Actually, this horizontal looks pretty good without the calculation. You're looking at 149 degrees. You're looking at 239 degrees. $149 to $239. That is a difference of 90, right? So maybe I should have tested on these first. Okay, but the vertical is definitely way off. All right, the vertical, wait, 151, 240, yeah. But the vertical is 82 degrees right now, and we want it 165. So we need to add LP vertical east. Will that work? We're going to switch to the existing logic processor. LP vertical east. All right, what's your efficiency at? 99%. 53. 72. 79. I think your efficiency's off because you've got other guys in front of you. But these guys are generating close to 500 watts now. You're generating close to 400 watts. And your efficiency's going up. Nope. So I may not need all this. So data calculations operate on the facing of the data port. That still applies, which I guess makes sense. That applies your baseline as far as what is 0 degrees for the solar panel facing. So we needed to do an additional adjustment because we were doing east-west instead of north-south, and that's why we needed to add the horizontal adjustment. We didn't need to do that here. Efficiency's up to 99% now that nothing else is in the way. And these should still be 99% as well. Okay, so we should be good on both of these arrays. And we know what kind of calculations we need to continue. So for SPDE, the solar panel duals east, we need a horizontal adjustment of plus 90. to account for the 90-degree rotation of the east facing. And if there was a west version, it would be a horizontal adjustment of minus 90. If we did a north version, we'd have to do horizontal adjustment of minus 180 or positive 180. And for vertical, all vertical adjustments need a positive 90 modifier. Okay, do I have Notepad open? I do not. Okay. Let's just start a new one. Solar angle, IC, notes. East equals plus 90 horizontal, plus 90 vertical. Let's confirm that. Add H angle is 90. Add vertical. Solar angle is 23, vertical angle is 23. I still want to know if I can read just the solar angle and get to the same result. All right, so these are all still 99%. What about this guy? He is still 99%. Oh, this is still using more power than it's making. So we need a battery up here for this stuff. And we need a new battery now for ourselves now too. Those guys are still full. Those guys are mostly full. So just that one APC is using more power than we're producing. With these other guys, it would be hard to tell because they're getting power directly from the batteries. They're not getting power from the battery, from the energy producers. And the batteries don't give us really any indication of if they are in surplus energy or if they are consuming more energy than they're receiving. I could probably produce some sort of monitor that will display whether we are positive energy production or not. But we did what we set out to do. We got our solar tracking set up. Do we have enough to produce a battery though? I would feel better if I had a kit battery. Yeah, let's make one of these. We'll set that up. We'll build the solar panel APC into it. Is there anything in there? Nothing in there. All right. But this guy takes a while to build. So we're not going to have any excess power for this. But like I said, we have what we need. We know what calculations we need to set up the proper solar tracking. The only other thing we need is we'll need one more additional we'll need one more additional logic reader, and that is to track the sunlight, the grid sunlight, if it's in sunlight or not. We don't want this thing running and therefore consuming energy all day. Why air tank critical? Oh, wow. Okay, well, we need to take care of that. So with an additional reader, we can check if sunlight equals true. If true, then everything else runs. If not, everything else stops. You know what? We don't need another reader for that. We'll do that in the IC code. But we'll do that in the next episode. We'll finish off the battery and get that all set up, and we'll make sure that we have surplus energy to keep the APC running overnight when necessary. But we will also incorporate logic into the final IC version that will turn off the tracking, solar tracking, when there is no sunlight. It'll just reset the facing to true east, or Martian east, or solar east, and then wait until sunlight before it begins tracking again. All right. So we did most of what we set out to do. We didn't finish off the Harvie stuff in here yet, but that's before I realized just how depraved we were for energy. Hopefully the solar tracking will help, and we can expand on that. We can add some more solar panels up there to give us a little bit more boost. But I'm getting to the point now where I need to measure how much energy we're generating in each section. I want to move the turbines off. Get those to their own transform, and then monitor those separately so that when one is when one is producing, the other's not being overly taxed, and we're not overproducing. We're not burning out any more cabling like we've been seeing. But in order to do that, you need to separate out your power consumers and your producers even more than what I have. Like right now, all my power producers are on one trunk, but realistically, I should have my solar power off of that on a separate trunk. I should have my fuel power, my coal generator, that's all I have for fuel right now, separated from that same trunk with its own transform, and then only able to produce energy when there is no other energy coming in on those trunks from their other providers. That way we're not going to overload anything with our coal generator ever again. But that's for the next time. I'm sorry I go on a little bit, but thank you guys for watching. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the new subscriber on YouTube. Thank you for the new followers on Twitch. You guys have been great, and if you like content like this, be sure to like, subscribe, and or follow whichever platform you see me on. Check out my YouTube channel, arcagus.com/YouTube, for more content like this. And yeah, until next time, you guys be safe. It's lunchtime. I'm kind of hungry. Yeah, it's a beautiful day. We should go out for lunch. That was kind of creepy. The wind blew this open. I think we'll go out for lunch.